And let me know when we're ready to start.
Turn your mic on.
Okay, everyone, please take your seats. Okay. It looks like I hear people talking, but I'm assuming at some point the manager will turn back up. But good evening, everyone. It is now 6:06, and we're down in the lower theater. This is the Town of Rockingham Bellows Falls Village Joint Board meeting. It's 6:06, like I said, and thank you for those of you who are attending via Zoom, and anyone else who doesn't feel comfortable coming in. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I would like to approve the minutes of March 30th, 2021, but it does not appear that we have them. So we'll be moving past those. And any additions to the agenda for routine administrative matters and or pressing matters that will require ratification at a future meeting?
No addition, but a thing that just came on saying there's no sound. Somebody watching on Zoom, so I don't know. Fact TV says yes.
Now someone says there, yes, there is. It's on Fact TV. Oh, okay. That came up on the chat, did it? There you go.
Hello,
Joe,
I
can
don't know
you
if
hear?
anybody can hear us.
I can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Hi, Chuck.
Hello, Joe, can you hear us?
You cannot hear it.
Apparently not.
Bonnie's having trouble with the Zoom.
She's not in either. So.
All right, I'll mention it to the guys here. Thanks.
All right, so they're working on the sound. We'll wait a minute, I guess.
Bonnie North is trying to get in on Zoom and unable to do so.
Well, I'm not sure the other people were able to use the same address.
In the rooms.
Is Bonnie's name up there?
No, it is not.
Just go to the website.
Yeah, if she just goes to the website, try again. I don't know. Since Mike and Joe were able to use the same web.
And they're on.
Yeah, they're here.
Back TV.
Okay, can anyone out there hear us now? Just checking. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to check on. Okay, all right, good. All right. Yes, I will.
Thanks.
So Scott, were there any additions to the agenda?
No addition.
Okay, thank you very much. We're also having a sound issue, so hopefully that's good now. Public comments on items not on the agenda. I don't really see anybody out there. Is there people in the background? Anyone need to talk?
Yeah, I do.
If it's not on the agenda, please take that mic and please turn it on.
Okay. Hi. Good evening, everybody. Laurel Green. I'm a member of the Energy Committee, the Conservation Commission, and the chair of the Sustainable Rockingham Group. And it's with that hat on that I am coming today. First of all, I just want to start with a personal question. How have you been sleeping the last 3 nights? Anybody having trouble with that? These are what we call tropical nights, when the overnight low doesn't get lower than 68. And historically, we would have 5.5 of those a year, and we're having 5 of those this week, thanks to climate disruption. And so just kind of wanted to bring that to your attention. When the global warming, now when it, we're at a level under 1.5 Celsius, as it progresses and we get close to 4, we can have as many as 38 tropical nights a year. So just something to think about in our jobs, in our roles as people who are leaders of the community. We need to be planning for the effects of climate disruption, climate change that are already happening. And so that's part of why Sustainable Rockingham is collaborating with the library to bring Blue Sky Days. It was an idea that Scott Pickup shared with us, and I mentioned it when I was here 3 months ago at the last joint board meeting. Just wanted to let you know our Blue Sky Days program is coming right up, July 23rd to August 22nd. So it embraces the weekend of Old Home Days, trying to bring people into town. We have 9 community members, some of them leaders, and 9 storefronts who have volunteered to have displays of people's grab-and-go kit or a shelter-in-place kit that will be available for viewing. They're interactive. There'll be a coloring contest for children, and that's tied to a story walk with this book that I brought in today called I Am the Storm. And we actually need to ask permission, apparently, to be able to set up the story walk. The library's done these before, where a book is taken apart, laminated, and put on stakes. And we'd like to start at the, people call it the Hetty Green Park. I think it has a veteran's name too. I don't really know. There, and have the walk go to the library and end at the library. And so that's one of the things we'd like to do, have that up, and there'll be more information for people at the library. The coloring contest goes with that. There'll be nice prizes for people entering the coloring contest. We'll have an introduction to the whole week with a looking back at Hurricane Irene, which is almost 10 years ago now, and looking at what preparations people in our community had made and what preparations we still need to do, because floods and flooding are in our future because of climate change, because we live in Vermont. And then at the end, we're still in the planning process of a culminating event where we'll review the highlights of Blue Sky Days, announce the winners of the coloring contest, and prepare to, in August, we're going to set up study groups to look at different parts of climate change, how it affects us here in Rockingham, and study groups to prepare information for the hazard mitigation plan, which is going to be reviewed and updated this fall. So all of those things are coming to you thanks to Sustainable Rockingham and several volunteers who are working together to make it happen. Any questions? I'd be glad to take them now or later.
Do you have a flyer?
We're working on it this week. We have an artist who's preparing it, should have it on Thursday.
Great.
So we'll be getting that out soon.
Give it to the municipality. We can share it around.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else have questions for Laurel? All right. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who has public comment? No, I guess we're good. I'm sorry, I have to crane my head around to see if there's anybody else in the room. All right, then we move on to the manager's report.
A couple of things. First of all, we're going to do another vaccine clinic. Again, that's going to also be around the same time as Old Home Day event. So it's going to be on the 31st of July. So it's that Saturday. It's going to be at the police fire facility. We're going to do it from 9 a.m. until 8:30 at night. They're going to offer both Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. My understanding is that there'll be a second Pfizer that will also be available at the firehouse on August 21st. Remember, Johnson & Johnson's a single shot. Pfizer requires 2. And the idea being is, obviously, if you have children, and you're trying to get them vaccinated back to school, that'd be a perfect opportunity for you to get them vaccinated and have them done in time to go back to school, end of August, early September. So just an FYI, and there'll be more information about that posted as this goes forward, but we thought we'd just try to let people know. We're still trying to vaccinate as many people as we can. The July 7th meeting of the Select Board, we're going to discuss again the Depot Bridge and the conversation around replacement, realignment, as well as a pedestrian connection. I know on the village side, we had talked about this back in March. We've had a host of presentations from VTrans people since. We're hopeful that at this point we're close to a decision. I think they're going to be back on the agenda for the 7th. I'll certainly open it up to members of the Select Board if they just want to update the members of the village, just in terms of where we are or any other things that you wanted to bring to village attention, since obviously the alignment and how this project's going to go forward is going to have a major impact on the downtown. So if nobody has anything else, I'll just fill in with the other information that we have. So.
Yeah.
Well, I've been in contact with the engineers, and I've sent the email to Scott, and I asked him point blankly if we chose the on alignment option instead of the off alignment, would it be possible just to take the current abutments on the old bridge? Either option, we're going to have to take the old bridge out. So my question to them was, is it possible to take the current abutments down just to the level of the canal wall and put a concrete cap on top of that to reinforce the wall in place so we wouldn't damage it when they're putting the piles in, if we're going to put the bridge there? And their answer was yes. Either way, if it take the alignment bridge, you can do it that way, but either way, when the bridge comes out, they can do it that way. So and then in the course of that, I guess Gary Fox was having some conversations with the railroad in regards to development over on the railroad station, et cetera, and there was a comment that I thought was kind of funny, that the Green Mountain Railroad now wants us talking about putting a spur line where the off-alignment bridge would go, which would cause problems putting that bridge in. I have no answers to give you other than the fact that they did throw that monkey wrench, or a possible monkey wrench, into the fix. I assume Gary and Scott have been trying to get an answer from somebody as to what's the deal here. You know, are they going to do it or not?
Well, they did do a preliminary design where they don't encroach in the right-of-way where they're talking about in developing the spur. So there is room to do an off-alignment and not encroach in the area that they're talking about for the spur. But it's a lot of geometry because obviously you've got multiple things to consider with the tunnel, how it crosses, and then also then trying to get around the corner there as you go down the rail. But my understanding in talking to them about a week ago was they do have room. But you can't mess around very much there. It's very tight. So it's going to be a tight alignment.
Is there a sewer line under that bridge?
I don't know. I was going to
have
ask
a-
Rob, because when I was looking at where they might be putting that spur, and I noticed under the current railroad bridge, there is an insulated pipe that comes into the park area. I'm assuming that's the line from North Walpole that goes into the pump station.
Right.
So
So that'd be a yes.
I would.
Into the pump station.
If that's what it is.
If it is,
water
It
and
probably
sewer.
looks like an 8
Ah.
or 10 inch line in there.
There's water and sewer.
water and sewer, okay.
And the plan, as I understand it, is if the pedestrian bridge is built, that bridge would carry the water and sewer lines.
Right. One of the things that those costs for relocation then would be eligible under the grant if it carried the utilities. If the utilities were moved, then that cost would be carried directly,
By the owner.
100% by the
Yes.
town.
Okay. All right, just wanted to be clear. Okay. Is there anything else on that?
So just a couple of just general sort of calendar type of discussions. So if a decision is made, they are still not at 60% design. They're basically only right around 30% design. So the designers would have to go back, complete their design. There would then also be some additional public hearings, other requirements based on the project that potentially then would go out for bid. Sometime they would figure, if all things line up, sometime in early 22 for bids. They're hoping that they'd be able to start some of the utility work prior to the fall of 22. And then depends on just their bid prices and timing as to if we do a steel bridge, how long it's going to take to get steel ordered and delivered. As everybody knows, the supply chain right now is a question mark for any project. That would mean construction sometime in 23 once that's sort of a rough schedule of how that would go forward.
Okay. Anything further?
And that's basically it.
Okay. So that was the rest of your report? For the
Yes.
moment? Okay. Just wanted to be sure there weren't other subjects. All right. That would move us on to the first item of the agenda, which is, I guess mine's covering it, the fall tax sale discussion.
Yes. So I put into your packet both town and village information concerning where we stand with some delinquent taxes and then some written commentary just about background on some of this in terms of the owners. As you can tell, some of them, It's going to be difficult to collect some of these because you can see by some of the commentary, some of these folks have left or are no longer in the area. Some have passed away. So there's going to be a variety of challenges, but the point of it being is that you can also see then, we gave you a
I'm sorry,
10-year
Scott.
history.
There's some people who didn't have, I did see mine online, but I didn't pick up a packet. Do you have any
I
extra
do have
copies?
extras. Yep.
Great. Sorry to interrupt you.
Does anybody need this?
Yes.
I would like one too.
Scoot it down. Right, I didn't either.
You have to look into the website. So I
Here's an
looked-
extra one too.
He sent the stuff to us in an email. I did get the email. Yep, heading this way. Okay, let's see, this one whole packet.
Now, this doesn't include, obviously, the taxes that'll be billed in July, so there'll be additional,
Okay, Friday.
I didn't.
you know, another round of costs that'll be associated with that.
Look like we still have some distribution problems with paperwork and that sort of thing. Some people didn't get the email either you sent out, Scott. I'm hearing. So, okay.
So all I'm asking for at this point is just some sense of if you want us to pursue a tax sale for the fall. The last one that you did was fall of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, you're 3 years out.
Right.
We're through the COVID period. I anticipate that any extensions or any types of holidays for payment will expire. I don't anticipate that they'll be reimposed. So the only question I'm asking at this point is if you want us to pursue it, we'll start to draft the process in order. It takes, as you well know, it takes a while to get all the notices.
Right. We've been asking for 2+ years, and everything we got was a pushback. So I wasn't sure about the numbers on how many delinquents, the dollar of delinquents in village and town we have in reality. Peter's got, yes, Peter.
Well, a couple of things, I guess. I'm thinking about this. I think we need to do a tax sale regardless of COVID or not. If you've ever looked in the papers, other area towns around us are doing them regardless whether it's COVID effect or not. Our situation seems to be it's the same people every year that are in arrears.
Mhm.
You go down every once in a while, the new one pops on, but mostly it's the same ones. And if they're under agreement, I guess if they don't uphold their agreement, I wonder if do we roll the agreement over and just continue on it? We don't even know how much agreement's being made for. If the guy owes $3,000 or $4,000 and he's paying $100 a month, well, hell, it'll take forever and a day to get somebody to pay back for it. So I think we need that information in front of us to make an educated decision, and then we need to find out. I know in the past, Scott and I have talked about this, and what I've seen is that Ray Bensuko has done these for years, and he knows the ins and outs, and he probably knows all the people that he's going to be up against in the situation. And he usually does a combination of town and village tax sale. So I have no objection to using Ray, as long as Ray is doing the thing and not the second in command down there.
Stern.
Yeah. I know Ankuta's had experience doing them, and I think he does them for Springfield, but we probably have to.
Steve's retiring, isn't he?
Not that I'm aware
That's
of.
why. Well, that's what I thought I heard.
I haven't heard that yet.
I
but-
thought anyone who's got an agreement already with the office doesn't go on the tax sale, right? If they already have an agreement to pay and they're paying on time.
Right.
That's my
If
understanding.
they're paying on time.
If they're paying on
Correct.
time. No matter how.
But once they
Whatever it is.
once they violate their agreement, they should be susceptible to tax sale.
Exactly. Yes.
You
Exactly.
just can't keep saying,
Right.
oh, well, he's got agreement, so he doesn't want to pay for 2 months, and then we'll pick it up again because we never get
Right.
caught up.
Right.
So that's just my outlook on the thing. I don't know where anybody else stands, but I think, and I don't know if we're going to be able to do a fall tax sale because it takes about 6 months to get this stuff all the records,
searches and all
title
that stuff?
searches. You're looking at a 6-month deal, so you're almost looking like a spring tax sale.
So how did you plan that? Did you plan to use our attorney who we used many years? I know last thing we had was that Shannon was taking the class. Supposedly that got done, but we still never moved forward. It was the intention, of course, was initially to save in-house money, right? But that doesn't seem like that's definitely not doable.
Definitely
now.
not now.
You need
no.
someone with the expertise to handle
Right.
delinquent tax sales, unless you yourself have that expertise. Sir.
I could certainly do it, but what other 5 things would you like me to not do?
No, I said that to be facetious.
You want to list
so
them
what
out
I
here? We
want
can
you to
start
do
right
is
on
to
here.
talk
We'll
to
start
the
right off of
attorney.
this list. No, I hear you. Yeah. To be fair, I think we have to do it with an attorney to really make it work to go forward. And the only question really is, do you want me to pursue it with somebody to do a joint, or do you want us to do it separate? It's a decision.
I think Joint, my taking joint makes
Joint makes more
Do them all
sense
at
to
once,
me.
I would think, than do the joint,
So
would be my opinion.
I think the next step is we'll consolidate this into a spreadsheet. We'll update after this July tax billing cycle.
Mhm.
So we'll know by August who hasn't paid, right? We'll know by August 10th. So I would think by September, we'll have a consolidated list of who is
left over.
left over.
Yeah.
And at that point, then I think we'll start in earnest to try to put together a full program. I think the last time you did 15 or 18 properties, I believe. It
Mhm.
wasn't a tremendous number. And I don't believe everything even sold.
Oh no, of
if I
course it
re-
didn't.
Yeah, so,
They're still delinquent.
right. So I think a lot of these are repeats, and, we'll probably be in that same ballpark, quite frankly.
I have a question, Deb.
Yes.
What will the legal expenses be? Can we have a ballpark figure about what it will cost us to do a tax sale?
He'll have to look and see how many parcels he has and what his, each one takes a certain amount of effort. So I think I'll get a ballpark once we get that August number.
Did we send a warning out first before we do all the legal
Oh
work?
yes.
Oh, there's a tremendous amount of
Posted in the
required,
paper and
yes.
online and
multiple outreaches in multiple ways before
I think
you
Wade
can
had
do
it
the
as well.
sale.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm just gonna say you would agree with Peter that all follows through would be like next spring.
I think to be realistic, we wouldn't probably have the actual sale till after the first of the year,
Okay.
sometime. Yeah, sometime I would think between January and March, we'd probably be doing the sale.
Here.
In response to your question, Rick, on the legal, when the sale is consummated, the legal fees are tacked on to the amount of the person of the taxes that are paid. So we
It's
get that money
recoverable.
back, whatever we have to pay the attorney, that
Correct.
gets paid back on top of it. So,
Great.
if the property doesn't sell, then yeah, we're in the hole for that we didn't sell.
If
But,
it sells, we recover.
right,
Great,
Yeah.
thanks.
just so you know.
That's helpful.
But it's a process. It does
Yeah.
not go, it does not
Just,
go
slowly.
quickly. It's
Don't
a
be fast.
long,
Yeah, I know.
laborious
Not a
process.
quickie, no.
Yeah, we hope that people will be having a heads up that they're going to go to tax sale will actually pay their bill.
Sometimes people get motivated.
Yeah.
It does awaken some people. Some people it doesn't. So, all right, that's the sense, and that's how we'll go forward.
Okay, I guess it is. All right. Item number 2 is finance committee discussion.
So thank you. So obviously, we're in the process of a transition, and one of the things that I think would be helpful as we go forward is asking a representative from each of our boards to work with me on a variety of issues that some relate to our current practices and things that we need to do better. Some of them I think are going to relate more towards best practices and things that we aren't doing that we should be doing, so we can catalog and make sure that everybody's on the same page. And then ultimately, they would be part of an interviewing committee that ultimately would help to make a recommendation once we advertise and get applicants before we select a candidate. They'd be part of that interviewing process as well. So it's going to be a fairly intensive amount of work. This will be I think it's going to require, on top of the regular effort that you put in, I don't mean to downplay that, but it's going to require some additional real time to get through this and I think get us in a better position so that we're not going to repeat some of the mistakes. And part of that is, and you can read the update from Nemrick and some of the things that we've been working on, so you can see there's a host of items that we need to update and improve. And some of them are basic. Some of them you've been complaining to me about since I started, and allocations of expenses, recording of revenues in appropriate categories, and making sure that when we do our monthly financial reporting, that you're getting at least the most accurate snapshot we can give you of that point in time. So that's a challenge to get to that point and reestablish those benchmarks. We certainly have some work to do in terms of our capital financing and capital budgeting. Some of the issues that I think have bedeviled some of the boards relate more towards that, because we've borrowed quite a bit of money and have obligated ourselves to payments, and previous boards have done the same. And we're reaching a point where some of this debt's going to be dropping out in the next couple of years, but we've also accumulated other debt that's going to be carrying forward. I've asked the bond bank to come in and work with us on some issues that relate to water and sewer rates and utilities and the debt service in those, to make sure that that information is allocated appropriately and that the board has a clear understanding of what's required to meet those obligations. So at this point, it's really more of a general question to both of you as to how you would like to proceed. I've worked with finance committees in other communities in the past. They've tended to provide, I think, a deep dive into an area that requires, intensive amounts of interest and participation, but I think they serve the boards well, because they are then able to, I think, bring information forward to elected officials and ultimately to the community. And I think it's a benefit to everybody in the long run. So that's sort of a brief synopsis of how I see it functioning. Certainly, if there's other inputs or any other information, I'd be happy to add or go forward with.
Peter, you had your hands up.
Scott and I talked about this also, and I told him at that point that I would be willing to serve on this finance committee on behalf of the select board if they're willing to appoint me or have a consensus of opinion that I would be the representative for this board.
I mean, I initially said one member. We could certainly, I'm not sure as long as it's no more than two from each board, then it doesn't require a noticed meeting necessarily. I think once we get past three, we start getting into public meeting requirements and notice requirements. It gets to be a little more difficult for us to get the work done. So I initially just said one, just because that was just an initial number. It could certainly be more.
Would the full board meet with the finalists for the finance job? No.
I've never really worked with you guys yet on large scale employee types of new recruitments, but I think in this case, because of the history and because of I think the idea that we want to reestablish some of that baseline credibility, I would probably bring a candidate in and have a conversation with both boards.
Well, you have
before
had some
making
experience. It was yours.
Before making a final decision, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Anyone else have any?
Well, I'll volunteer for the trustees again.
But you picked the last one.
Oh, yeah. I'm talking about the finance committee.
Yeah, I'm talking about the last finance director.
All right, if you want to be on the search committee, you can be on the search committee.
Well, it's according to Scott's last communication, it's for both, right? It's
Well, I would
finance
think they
committee
would
that
certainly
rather
be-
sort of roll from one thing into.
They'd be part of
Search
the
committee.
initial review, and then obviously I'd bring a finalist in to meet the entire, the entire joint.
And I still think
Thanks.
that search committee did a good job. In fact, Cynthia was on that search committee from NIMRA. She was on that search committee.
Right, but was that her selection? I don't know. So
Well,
that's
it was-
something
it was
that was
this-
something in
it
the
was
past.
the manager's decision.
No, yeah.
Mhm.
Ms. Susan, did you have a question?
No, I mean, I was just saying that.
It's another discussion. Yeah. I'd like to ask if any of my other trustees would be interested in taking on this task.
It doesn't look like it.
Silence.
Non-participatory, okay.
I think it would be good to have, or three people in it. I certainly support Jigs doing it on behalf of the trustees. If I knew of when they were going to be, if possible, there might be some times when I would just sit in on it just as a learning experience. But as far as leading it, I'd refer that to.
Well, I think
Mr.
the idea is
McCall.
we're going to communicate as much as we can with both boards, because obviously these are areas of intense interest from everybody. So transparency here is the goal. And in that respect, I think that, we'll probably give you more information as opposed to, waiting.
Yes, Peter.
Depending on what Scott seems to think he needs or would like to, I guess, look at in regards to this, I'm in hopes that whoever we talk to is going to have some municipal accounting experience versus a regular bookkeeping experience, because I can tell you, having served on Saxon River trustee, the school board, and this board for 12 years, and the whole thing all added up is 27, you need somebody who's got the experience, because every board is different. I can tell you, the school board is worse than the select board finances. I can tell you from having done a budget there myself.
I can double that. And
so-
Probably Jigs can triple that. Yeah.
So, we all know, and I think that's where our downfall has been, that we haven't probably had anybody that's got real any amount of municipal experience. And as I say, it's not a simple matter of putting A and a B and a liability and an asset. It's in a balance sheet. It's completely a different horse and manner, and you've got the loans and all the grant stuff. It's a nightmare when you get out in there. So
It's detailed, it's a lot of work,
Yeah.
and it's a lot of important decisions, right? Because at the end of the day, we're asking taxpayers for real money,
Real money.
to deliver real services. So, yeah, it's a real important position. I agree wholeheartedly.
So Peter, would your board like to?
So
move
I will
on
just
that?
ask the board if they have, anyone else want to take this on? I mean,
I wouldn't mind being involved, but I think keeping it smaller is better, and if we're gonna get completely informed
Yeah.
as you go along, I think that's fine to have one.
So maybe you should make a motion and have it. I'm sorry, and then you
Nope.
can discuss it too if you have additional questions, Rick, sorry.
No.
I move that we appoint Peter Golick as the representative to the Finance Committee for the Select Board.
wait a second. Discussion?
Rick, you had some questions, so you can do that now.
No, it was on something else.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait.
A different matter, or?
No, I
Okay.
just want to wonder what's happening between now and the time we hire somebody new, but that's
Oh,
another question.
we're using Cynthia from Nimerick.
Right.
And that contract is set.
Yes, we have a contract with them already in place.
Oh,
She's
good.
been on site to start a whole host of items, which is part of that
I just read that.
attached list of tasks and
If there's no
Good.
further
All right.
discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor of appointing Peter Golick as the Select Board Representative to the Finance Committee would say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Guess I'm on.
You're all set? Okay, so I
Congratulations.
entertain a motion from my
I
board.
know, I kind of like.
I move that we have Jigs McAuliffe be the representative for the trustees as to the Finance Committee.
Any second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed. Okay, so you have your two members.
thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right, moving on to the next item. Then we are at 66 Atkinson Street, a place we all know and love.
Yes, so again, an area of intense interest and discussion. I just wanted to go over some items here that I think, at this point, I'm not asking you for a specific action for this evening, but I just wanted to give you some update as to where we stand and where we think we're headed. And then we've had a third party from the Northern Heritage Mills, which is a STEM education organization that has expressed very recent interest in potentially we're using the building for an educational purpose. I've been in contact with the principal there, Mr. DeMuro, and have sent him some of the engineering information. He did email me again this afternoon and said he is still interested in pursuing some sort of stabilization with the idea of trying to maybe save the structure or relocate it or do something else with it. The only thing I did say to him in my response was that my understanding after tonight's meeting would be that the boards are going to pursue an action by the fall of either, if he's serious, we'll have a proposal that we'll have to take into consideration, and if he doesn't have a proposal by then we're going to have estimates for you for demolition so that we can do the demolition in the fall. Ideally, we would do it over the summer, but the demolition rates are much higher in the summer because obviously these guys are in high demand, so we can get them in the fall and early winter before the snow loads and save a substantial amount of money bringing the building down. So that's why we have a little window of time here. But basically, that's sort of where the decision point will be coming back to you is for an ultimate decision at that point. We've done some preliminary costs, and you can see that it's roughly $75,000 to $100,000 to take the building down. You've already invested close to $20,000 in a variety of different types of activities on the structure, securing it, putting up fencing. We went through a legal process to try to get the owner to take some action. So all of that, basically, to this point, has added up to almost, like I said, almost $20,000 worth of current expenses. So all in, if you decide at some point that you wanted to tear it down in the fall, you could be looking at $100,000 to $125,000 to get to a basically buildable lot. So
And it's hardly buildable.
it's a tough lot to build.
Yeah.
Yes, it
The
is.
school had wanted it, and I know I've been trying to keep them updated on it, wanted it for parking spaces. And Chuck had told me that the most they could get out of it was probably 3
Be tough to do.
when
Yeah,
it was
it's
all
tough.
done, said and done. Yeah, 3 spots, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
setback and all that. Yeah, I know, yeah, exactly. That's my feeling about it. Okay, so discussion, ladies and gentlemen.
I would agree with Scott. I think if this gentleman from Heritage is, he would be talking about, 7 figures, easy. But I guess if he's still interested, more power to him, but I certainly agree that we need to move forward before the winter.
I think we'd be very hard pressed to get us through another winter season without some sort of catastrophic failure. And seeing that parts of that structure or that whole roof come off or that tower come down, I mean, you can just imagine some of the disaster scenarios. So, not great.
So this person from Heritage Mills would move it all at his expense, is that correct?
Well, so far he hasn't given me anything more than an email, an indication that he's interested, but he's not made any formal proposals. So at some point, again, I've been telling him that there's a pretty hard deadline here. So if he's serious, he's got to get something to us that we can take into consideration and see just how serious this is.
So we would be revisiting this as of September 30th, right, our next joint board meeting?
That would be the idea. And at that point, I'll have a host of contractor bids, and at that point, we'll make a decision. If he does have a proposal, at that point, we can certainly take it into consideration. If not, then the staff recommendation at that point is going to be that we hire a contractor.
Okay. So who owns the building now?
It's on Mr. Glennon has given a quit claim deed to us. He's working on getting his personal property out of it. So by September, we'll have ownership of the property.
The town will have ownership of the property, is that what you're saying?
I believe that's
That's the way it's structured, the
I
quit claim
believe that's the way it's structured.
Okay.
So we're not going to pursue any more legal expense, is that?
Well, certainly the boards can pursue additional recovery. I'm not sure at this point what we would be able to get out of it if we
Right,
did.
yeah. Okay.
I mean,
Anyone else? I'm sorry, Wade.
I have 2 questions. Can you just kind of sum up what Northern Heritage Mills is?
Yeah, he did send me an email, which I'll forward to both of you boards with some of the information about it. They're apparently a not-for-profit, and what their interests are is STEM education for women and non-traditional people that don't normally participate in those types of, so they seek out people that are not typically represented in that type of environment. So he's got a program in New Hampshire, and he apparently has residents that come over from Bellows and have participated in it. It does appear to be legitimate. It's over 10 years old, so it's been around. It's not like this is his thought and he's going to, go forward. So that there is some current structure, some current programming. And beyond some of the literature that he sent me and just some newspaper articles, I don't know anything else about the program at all. So I'll certainly share with the board what he sent to me. He just sent it to me this afternoon, so I literally didn't have time to even print it out and give it to you tonight. So, but I will forward that to you.
You had two.
I did.
What was
yeah.
your second one?
My second one is, and I'm only asking this because I've had 3, maybe 4 people ask me, and I said I'd pass it along regarding this building. Because I don't know the answer, but from a legality standpoint, is there any options to go back onto the previous owner to
Oh, yeah.
collect or
The deeper pocket.
the one that actually sold this building to the person for $1?
That's a difficult. I would not want to answer that from a legal standpoint, but certainly it appears that transaction was a little bit far-fetched. But I think you'd have a hard time going back to try to collect. I think they're so far gone out of the title at this point. It'd be difficult.
I just passing that along because I did actually have like I said 3 or 4 citizens ask that particular question, but I don't know the answer to it. Sounded good, but
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. Sounds great. Yes, Rick.
What process would you recommend, Scott, for determining the next use of that property?
Well, we've been looking at it. Don't forget, we've had the Incremental Development Alliance in, and they've been looking at infill properties, and that's one of the ones we've asked them to look at. We've also got that task force that's looking at community-based programming, and that was one of the options that they were looking at for potential community-based programming. The challenge there, and you guys are all aware of it, is just it's a parking challenged location. So if we did something like, computers or some other educational type of thing for after school or supplemental, it'd be tough to find a way to make that work with that lot and that location. I won't shut the door on it, but I think it'd be awful tough.
How about green space?
That's a tough intersection. People are always looking, trying to, sight distance is always helpful at that location. I get constant complaints about traffic and people not paying attention to the traffic control there.
Yep.
So yeah, I think green space at least would be helpful from that standpoint. From a sight distance standpoint, it would certainly improve that.
Yep.
And it would look nice.
It would.
Yeah, definitely.
So
There was some interest before Chris bought it in making it a school garden.
Green space, school garden.
sure.
Sounds like something that would
There's,
be doable.
there's currently a garden at Central and at the middle school.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, again, the school was interested in the space. They were
Right,
interested.
oh, yeah.
They might change their mind about once the building's gone from the property. They might have more ideas than just parking, since there isn't a lot of parking.
I'd like to
there.
pile snow on it.
It does that now.
That's a horribly unimaginative use, but it's
It
pretty
is.
damn practical.
Yeah, if it wasn't so close to it wasn't at the intersection, that'd be a great place for the kids,
How
to.
about a dog park?
There's an abutter to the north.
That's an
I don't
idea.
know if that property would be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to get it down first, so
I know.
we've got the
Yeah.
cart before the horse.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Yes,
work that
we
has
have
to be
to.
done and costs that have to be discussed and then, but I just want to at least get a sense of where you are so that, we're going to get formalized proposals. And for that September meeting, I'll be looking for a decision at that point.
So we have $40,000 in an account for unsafe buildings. We'd have to come up with about twice that amount, you think, to demolish it?
Probably in that neighborhood, yeah.
And where would that money come from?
Well, if our friends,
Yeah.
our good friends in the federal government are sending us ARPA money, which we
Okay.
have not yet received, but are in the process of requesting. And so that's one potential source of unencumbered funds.
Oh,
And we've also, Gary and I have talked about the possibility of applying for CDBG funds to see if it might be eligible for part of the demolition. But I would not hold out hope. I would say that would be a reimbursement at best if that would come forward. So those are the two just quick, top of my head types of sources that we could potentially look for.
okay.
How about Safe Routes to School? I don't know if I'm still in any of those, but to improve that corner location, because it's horribly dangerous right now. The building's gone, possible monies to take it down and improve the signage and those sort of things, so that intersection might not be a bad idea to look into.
Yeah, I think pedestrian improvements at that location, once we would be able to remove the
Yeah.
building, we could do some things.
I
with-
wish the one that the middle school had gotten some years ago actually included that intersection, because that's where a lot of middle schoolers go to pick up their brothers and sisters crossing the street or reversing the other direction, and it's horribly unsafe.
Right.
All the money got used at the middle school and didn't wind up getting that far south.
Yeah, I think we could do some redesign there and make it hopefully a safer intersection, because I do get quite a few concerned parents and other people that are really concerned about just bad behavior at that intersection, unfortunately. So,
One,
Yes.
one other last question to Scott, this list of expenditures for that property,
yes,
does this include the work that was done for asbestos?
it includes everything that we've done so
4,000
far.
something.
The asbestos phase, the study and removal, it includes all the fencing, it
Yep.
includes
Yeah,
the legal fees, it includes all basically everything that I could find that's been expended to date.
So I thought, yeah.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
Anyone else, or you'll wait to hear in September? Or sooner if the building decides not to stand?
Yes, sooner if we get a more detailed and proposal from this interested third party.
Yep.
And then also, we'll have a host of information to present to you about demo options and costs. So I think the goal is to have a decision in September, so we can then try to get a portion of that structure down before the snow comes. I'd feel better if that roof and that tower were down.
We're gone, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then we move on to item number 4, which is the automated vehicles resolution, and Joe Segali and Mike Obahoski have been so patiently waiting on Zoom. Good evening, gentlemen.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I
Yeah.
can.
Great.
So we have here before us again, the resolution to allow testing of automated vehicles on town highways. I think Susan and I talked maybe once on some of these issues. We have passed around to our other board members information that we received from you and others in order to educate them as much as possible and to allow an opportunity for the board to discuss this here with the resolution before us and you gentlemen as well. Comments from the board members on this issue? Have you read the resolution? Okay.
No.
Yes, Peter.
I would propose that we would adopt this resolution. Simply that on a case-by-case basis, and the application of the opportunity to do testing is at our discretion, as I understand it. The only objections to that rule would be Atkinson Street, which is Route 5 anyway, and the state highway, from what I understand. You have the authority to operate automated vehicles on that particular road without our permission or whatever, I think. Is that correct?
That's right. That's a class 1 town highway, which I think
Right.
it is.
But all other town highways or whatever, we could put restrictions or or whatever on whatever came out. I mean, I have some with a recent rash of crashes that we've been reading about in the papers and on TV about these vehicles. There are some questions, I guess, maybe going forward that we would have to know, but such as what they can actually sense, such as crossways, crosswalks, etc., especially if they get faded in the wintertime or if they're covered over, if they're not plowed yet. There's just a variety of questions that would apply, I would think, but those are all safety related issues. So I don't know what the response would be there.
Yeah, those are all legitimate concerns. I would say that overall, what automated vehicles need to be able to do, and they may not be completely there yet, is they have to be able to perceive the roadway environment just like in the same way that a human can, and be able to react to the conditions accordingly. And I think for sure they're doing testing in better weather conditions around the country and in places where the line striping doesn't wear off, for example. But that's part of ultimately they're going to have to be able to deal with all those conditions, or they're not going to be ubiquitous, which is the ultimate goal of it all. So I guess the goal here is to see to allow those vehicles to be tested in Vermont so we know that they can operate in our conditions.
So what does this bring to the town of Rockingham and the village of Bellows Falls? What's the benefit?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that question, if that was for me.
Yeah, I'm asking what this brings to us as the town of Rockingham and the village of Bellows Falls.
Oh, okay.
With those questions and that uncertainty, why would we want to subject ourselves to that?
Yeah, well, before I answer that, I probably didn't totally answer the first question, which is just to clarify, you do have the authority to pull your approval at any time in the process. So if a tester comes along and is proposing something and you're just not comfortable with it, you can withdraw your approval. But as far as like what's the benefit for the village and the town, the two villages in the town, I think that's part of a question that maybe you need to answer. But I know just with conversations with Deb, it's thinking about serving your citizens ultimately. Maybe there's a revitalization strategy around it. Running a shuttle that maybe connects from the island to downtown, or a shuttle that can work, that can connect the rural areas of Rockingham to the more built up areas in Bellows Falls. There's different sort of use cases, as they're called, that you could certainly test out. And the question is, I can't answer that for you. Is that something that you could potentially be interested in at some point? And allowing your citizens, to try out this technology and see if it fits into what your plans are from a transportation perspective for your community.
Did that
Yeah,
answer?
you would be concerned, especially about people who are on the lower end of our economic structure, and making transportation on an on-call basis available to them, which research has shown when people are put in that position where they can travel wherever they want to travel, that they make wise decisions and a lot of money can be saved.
Anyone else?
I have a question.
Yes,
and a
wait.
comment. I asked this question last time, which was last time you were here, but
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thanks.
Is there any more municipalities signed on other than Springfield?
No, we
Okay.
are. No, we were invited to go up to Alberg, which we're going to be doing next month, but nobody else has signed on.
So my take on this basically is that seeing as we have a neighbor directly to the north of us, I say let them do the testing. I would think that you would want to just test in like one town for starters, just to get a feel of how it goes. So, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with this. I'm not saying I'm totally opposed to it, but from allowing testing, if we already have a municipality in the state that's willing to try it, I say let them do it and see how it goes, and we can learn from that.
Well, I don't believe we're the ones that are going to be, they're not the ones that are going to be doing the testing anyway. Companies will come to them and then they have to pass their muster first before they get to even asking any community to run their tests here. So, and also, as I recall, part of the discussion the last time when you asked it was they wanted a larger area to cover. So terrain in Springfield is not exactly the terrain in Bellows Falls. We're right up against the canal, those kinds of things. And since I have an opportunity right now, I just want to say that the reality here is this is like the deal with selling retail marijuana. We opt in. That gives us the option to say no whenever they come to us. We opt out. We get whatever the state decides to do. And a lot of the videos and talks that I'm listening to every month are talking more and more about commercial uses as the way to go. Mining companies and large distribution, trucking firms, those are the ones that are actually getting that. And that's not exactly what I would like to see, is a huge trucks of things coming through the village using automated vehicles. But that's where some of it's headed. I would like to see them testing here because we can say, no, you can't touch our school areas. No, you can't touch the downtown square because it's too tight, whatever we think is correct. Route 121 is also a state route too. Isn't that already class one?
Town.
It's a town.
Class 1, I think, yeah.
It's a class
That's-
1, which means you have the right, the state has the right to
Wait,
run testing.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Let me take that. I think that's a class 2 town highway.
Class 2,
That's
okay,
correct.
thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. That's important to know because it heads out to Saxon's River and the
Yeah.
more rural areas of Rockingham. But again, opting in allows us to have some flexibility and saying no. Opting out doesn't give us any choice. When it happens, it'll happen and we won't have the options to say no to things.
I think the testers are looking for a critical mass. And if we could get Rockingham and Springfield to work together on this, it would start providing the critical mass that the testers are looking for.
So,
Thank you, Mike.
Two things, I guess. If we were to adopt this resolution, do we need to fill out this thing about the highways, which ones want it tonight, or can that be sent in after we decide whether we want to adopt this or not? I mean, seems like we don't think anybody's made any decision as to what roads we
What
want.
areas, yeah.
Yeah, so I think, is that a possibility, or is that something you need?
Yes, absolutely. You can absolutely do that. There's no, it doesn't have to be tonight. I mean, when Springfield did it, they allowed it on all their roads. They kind of just passed it globally like that. But if you want to be, if there's some places in particular you're concerned about and you want to put that down as just off limits, that's totally your call.
We put that in the motion too.
Yeah,
that way,
the other second part of my question is I find, and this is follow-up to what Wade was talking about, I find it interesting that the only towns that have signed on are down in the south end of town and south of the state, and we all know is when politics and money and funding from the state gets into this thing, the state line happened to stop around Randolph because nothing happens down the south of Randolph. And the reason I say that is why are not Burlington, Winooski, some of those areas in Chittenden County, which are the clout of a political arena in the state, aren't they hopping on board with this?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And right now, there's 251 towns, municipalities in Vermont, and there's only me and Obi, and that are working on this. Yeah, and going out and trying to talk to towns, and we were talking today just about how can we be doing this a little bit more efficiently to get the word out, because it's, and you all know, because I was on my small town select board for one term, and it was a ton of work, and so you just have full plates, and so this doesn't necessarily rise to the top, and so that's why. I mean, it's really just a matter of we don't have enough people out there talking about it, and yeah.
I have a question. I'd like clarification.
Yes, Molly, go ahead. Yeah. Just want to make sure
I'm
done.
sorry. I thought he was finished.
I guess he is, yeah.
Oh, okay. About what you said, Deb. You said if we refuse this resolution now, we don't have an opportunity later to say no to anything. But you're just talking about testing,
Yes, that's
Right.
all.
just
Yeah.
testing.
And being
So-
able to say now, you can't test here no matter when you come. And even when they ask us, whenever they get around to it and they want to apply to our community, we can add other roads if we
Right.
find them.
But
needed.
if we really don't want it,
Yeah.
then we don't want it. Now, you said something about unless we approve this, we might have commercial trucks.
Well, they already have access to Class 1 and Atkinson Street, which is a very residential street.
I understand
is Class
that.
1.
But
Yeah.
but how does our
Right, regardless of that.
approval or disapproval affect that?
It doesn't affect Class 1 roads at all.
No.
But it would affect Class 2, 3, and 4, like going
Right.
up 121. If we thought that was too sensitive, we could say no.
Right.
If I'm not saying that in the future, and they could say the same thing, in the future, there might be another opportunity. Right now, they're initially asking, and we can say yes to some roads and no to other roads.
Right.
Whenever it is they get here, 5, 10 years down the
Exactly.
road.
Exactly.
I mean, if we only
But-
get if they only get 2 towns, how long is it going to be before critical mass, as Mike was saying, actually is reached? I don't know.
Right. So it kind of sounded like you said if we don't approve this now, we kind of sunk.
No, I'm only
No.
saying that in the future, if the state passes other rules about different classes of roads without our input, I mean, this is also input, that they
But
could
if
say
our
yes
input-
to Class 2 without our saying, no, we don't want that.
Well,
what I'm
I
saying?
think by not approving this, we would be pretty much blanketly saying we don't want that, right?
It doesn't say any of that. Right now, they get Class 1 if they pass Class 2. If other communities say, we don't want you doing Class 3 or 4
Right.
roads, okay, so the worst roads we might have.
Right.
Okay, if every community said that, well, then the state wouldn't take access to those. They'd actually talk to each community. I mean, that's what I'm speculating.
Okay, so you think we would have more control over this
I
if
think
we
we would.
approve this?
Especially if we're initially in there. And we might, and down the road, when you're talking about markers and stuff, it might bring some dollars for infrastructure into our community if they want to get here. So,
Okay,
that's all.
that's your logic. I get that. It looks like Jeff wants to talk.
Okay, yes. But,
No, it's just,
Goes to your question, Jeff, as to what's the benefit if there is any?
right, and she says she's speculating,
it's
so.
speculating,
yeah.
it's
Right,
speculating.
so, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
and they can only
speculative.
do the same, right?
I just look at, what our priorities are and, do we need to demonstrate that we're a leader in this technology at this stage of the game when the technology is, from some of the initial meetings and what I've read, it's like 10 years down the road, this may be something that we have in our community.
Mhm.
Why in 2021 is it important that the village, the town adopt this now when we have other stresses in our community that are more important?
Okay, let's put it this way. What's the harm in saying yes? What's the harm in saying yes, and 10 years down the road, they'll come back to us and say, hey, we're ready to do some testing now.
I would say
And by
that,
then, a lot of other communities have also opted in.
I would say that it's another, burden on limited resources as far as safety, and, down roads and monitoring this thing.
Plus, in 10 years, there'll be more information gathered.
I think that you are talking about two different things. What we're talking about is the art of testing, of bringing along a new technology and testing it so that it works wherever. And if it can work in Vermont, it can probably work most anywhere. Deployment is the other word, which means taking the product and putting it in the marketplace and having everybody able to use it for the benefit of humanity, hopefully. In other jurisdictions, in a number of the provinces in China, the companies there are having 1,000 vehicle groups that they're sending out that they are used like a hail taxi. And people stand out, they get the car's attention, the car picks them up and brings them where they're going to go. So there are places in this world that are well ahead of where we are. We've had difficulty talking to testers to bring a vehicle to the state so that people can see it and feel it and test drive it. Um, so that's where we are, and I just wanted to make those two distinctions for you.
Yeah, I guess I have no problem with the technology and find it rather exciting, but my interest would be more at the point of deployment rather than at the initial stage of testing, given who we are.
Mhm.
Deb,
Yes, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure. Wade, did you have something to say before? Because it started. Okay, yes, go ahead.
um, I guess my question might kind of echo that. How much resources might we end up devoting to this? Clearly, we've already spent time on it. I mean, we're taking time in this meeting to discuss this. So, in a community with limited resources, um, why should we make this a priority? Um, there's other places that have greater resources, and I think this is a technology that's going to happen one way or the other. So I guess I would just wonder why we should be the ones to step up to put resources into figuring this out.
Because
We're not spending any resources.
Not
Essentially,
spending,
it's
just
time. Right,
it's
it's not
time.
financially, it's time.
It's time,
Right,
which
but
is
how much
valuable.
time will you put into the future? It's like having a child and expecting that you're going to have to raise them. That's 18 years of your life. That's nothing compared to, that's a lot compared to what we're talking about here. I'm simply saying, should we want to put our hands on the reins, or do we want to just let it go by us?
And I want to, if you don't mind me just adding,
Yeah, Joe.
I think, the state anyway is not asking you to lead a test. I mean, that's certainly something you could do if you wanted to and could partner with a tester. It's really up to the testing entity to do all the work that's necessary. That definitely would mean coordination with the village and the town and everything like that. But and we're pretty clear. We're very clear in the guidelines that we develop that say there can't be any cost to the town. And unless that's something you wanted to invest in, like if there had to be some changes to the infrastructure and really, like, I don't know, thicker lines, wider lines, for example, might be something, that's not something that you would pay for. I mean, the answer is no, you're not going to pay for that. And if the testers want to do it, they have to implement that and pay for it themselves. Just like a developer, if a developer wants to develop a new building, sometimes they have to pay for the improvements to accommodate that building. And sometimes the town partners with them or the state partners with them and pays for some of it. And so, we would figure that out on a case by case basis. So we're not assuming, this does not mean you are dedicating resources to support testing. What it's saying is that you are welcoming testing in your town, just in the same way when you zone for commercial, you're zoning, you're welcoming commercial development in your town. But the specifics are not developed until there's a specific proposal, and then there's a decision made on whether or not that's going to happen. So it's the same sort of concept. So anyway, as far as resources, I just want to be clear: we're not asking you to dedicate resources other than, yes, there's always going to be time because you just can't avoid that.
it's the use case scenario of a town that doesn't have a lot of resources are where this new technology is going to thrive, because it's going to be able to provide to those people right now that have difficulty getting transportation. They should be able to get it easier for the rural areas and also for the last mile situations that you find.
Wade, you had your hand up.
Yeah, another question. So if we don't pass, if this resolution before us does not pass, will testing still be performed in the town of Springfield as time goes on?
Sure, yeah, it could be, yes.
So let's cut to the chase. Does the board wish to move forward on the resolution? If not, then there's no more need for discussion. That's what I'm trying to get a sense. Peter, you want to ask your board?
How does the select board feel that they want to adopt this resolution? I personally don't have any objection to it, but because I know in the future we're going to be able to say yes or no.
But should we have a vote?
Well, we'll get there. I'm just asking the board if they're interested. If they're not, then there's no sense putting a motion on the board and going through the vote process.
Well, some are interested and some are not, perhaps. I don't know.
So
I think it's going to happen one way or another. I don't feel that any decision that we make here to allow or disallow is going to change the course of this technology happening globally. So I personally would not really be in favor of it.
anyone else?
I'm not in favor of it. Go ahead, Susan.
No, I just say I do like the fact that we would have control over anyone who came. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, whether, but I also don't know if we make this resolution, will we always have control over testing that comes through? If the state passes something that allows it statewide, does this mean they have to follow this resolution, that we want control over it? Or we,
Joe, you can address that, you think?
Yes, I think that's highly unlikely. You know, I was involved in all the discussions with the legislature on allowing testing in Vermont, and you know, they were very absolutely clear. And you can also thank the Vermont League of Cities and Towns that represented the towns really well in the legislature. They're very clear that the municipalities have to have a say in this. But yeah, if somehow that changed and there was a state law passed that said testing can happen anyway, you know, that I guess the legislature has the authority to do that, you know. But I don't think I'm out of step by saying I think that's highly unlikely. And someone would have to propose it too, and I don't see us proposing that.
So someone who wants to make a motion? Hearing none, I guess it's over to the village.
Okay, so what does the village of Bellows Falls think?
I'm opposed to it at this current time, so I'll make a motion that the village corporation does not pass the resolution to allow testing of automated vehicles in the village.
Is there a second to that? I'll second that. Well, since we only have 4 members here,
Right.
it's clear, yeah. 4 members without a fifth, it's clear that this isn't going anywhere. Okay, I thank you, gentlemen, for all of your effort, and perhaps somewhere in the future, as more information is available, you can please submit it to us. We would be more than happy to entertain it, as tomorrow isn't the same as today.
Yeah, and
however, you know,
you always do. You can always, you know, consider it later on. Be glad to, you know, come maybe in person again. Nick, anytime you want to sort of talk about this again, we're glad to have that conversation. So, and I really want to thank you for considering this in the first place and investing the time in it, and we really appreciate everyone's efforts.
Thank you.
well, thank you,
I'll
Joe.
second
Thank-
those comments.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Good night. Bye.
All right, then, we move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the temporary animal control enclosure discussion. I believe this is technically the town's item. The village has property, which is the recycling center. Excuse me, sir. Hold on a moment. The reality is this is
Just like at home.
excuse me, the town recycling center is run by the town, although the property is the property of Bellows Falls that it is run on. But it is a town item, and therefore the village doesn't actually have bargaining power in this item. Okay, so I'm just putting the item forward and let Scott begin the conversation.
Well, I don't want to start a marital discord here, but I was
You can do
hoping
that
that
anytime.
I was hoping that our animal control officer maybe could come and participate in this conversation, since he brought it to my attention originally. So in your packet is just some information about the layout of the current facility. The issue there for us is space. Like anything else in space management, there's competing interests for the space. We're entertaining some additional uses. We've been approached about doing redemptions at that location. We've been approached about doing urine recycling at that location. Cass had an idea that he wanted to bring forward, at least bring to the attention of both boards, about an issue that he runs into when he's dealing with animal control. So with that sort of as an introduction, Cass, you maybe want to elaborate.
Thank you, Scott. I take it everyone can hear me through the mic. Okay. One of the toughest aspects of my ongoing responsibilities as your animal control officer is the challenge of what to do with found, i.e. loose running dogs, that works the best for my community and also works the best for my time management. Up until now, if I was not fortunate enough to locate the owners of a loose running dog or a found dog within, say, an hour or two, my only option is to put the dog in question in my truck, run it all the way down to Windham County Humane Society in Dummerston, and check the animal in there as a found dog. Let me say right now, I'm very, very appreciative of having that option. We work very effectively with Windham County Humane Society. We have for a number of years now. We maintain an annual contract with them. It works out very well. However, about 50 to 60% of the time on my way back from that errand, I am contacted by the owners of that dog in question. And I have to break the unfortunate news that now they need to bring themselves down to Dummerston. They need to work with the very able, very adept staff at Windham County to reclaim their dog, which is going to run into money for them. This is a tough thing. What they do at the Humane Society are all the best possible options that they can. They need to evaluate the dog. They need to apply medical assistance to the dog. What I'm getting at here is these are all great options if the dog is truly lost. But if that dog just ran out the back door and eluded the owner for an hour or two, this is a rough thing. I have known for years that the answer to this is a short-term animal shelter right here in the town of Rockingham, what we used to call a dog pound. It's advisable to avoid that language now because that's sort of in the same breath as jail or detention, and that's not what this is about. What I'm looking at is a simple dog enclosure, ideally, say 12 by 18 feet, 6-foot chain link, 2 gates, 1 divider on a simple cement pad. I cannot give you the exact arithmetic now. I'm waiting for estimates to come back to me. I am of the belief, and I am certainly hoping that this could be done for, say, $5,000. That's a one-time expense. This will give me a place to put and keep these loose running dogs for an extra day, day and a half maximum. Give me a longer time to get phone calls, to utilize social media, call around, time for the owners to realize their animal is missing, to find me, and a chance for me to rehome that dog back to mom and dad right here in its own town, without the unnecessary chore necessarily of taking it down to Dummerston, then having to redirect the owners when they surface down there. And like I say, the staff does excellent work down there, but I've never been in favor of potentially avalanching a dog owner with all that expense. Of course, they want to reclaim their beloved animal, and of course, the dog should have those shots, should have that medical attention, but perhaps not necessarily all at once like a sledgehammer. If the dog is truly lost, yes, by all means, it should go down to Windham County, go through the process, be rehomed to a great new home, and have the best possible future. If the dog has simply slipped a lead, slipped out the back door, Houdini'd off a chain in the backyard, this alternative would give me that much more time. So at that point, rather than let me ramble on and on about this, it's a pretty simple proposition. I can answer some questions.
Well,
What
seeing as it's been dumped on the town, I'll start the discussion. You're talking a $5,000 bill to get started. I tend to agree with Scott that the room is a issue down there. We're being approached by Leslie Goldman to put a recycling operation in there for bottles and cans, which is going to be cumbersome. And
Redemption Center?
yeah,
Okay, that's what you mean.
that requires hiring somebody to be there. It's a cash situation. You got to pay people to bring their bottles down there, and then you got to get rid of them. You got to redeem them. You got to sort them. That's why some of the stores, I've talked to some store owners, but we're getting off of the subject. They don't have the time and effort, and they don't want a paid person to play storage of those bottles and cans until somebody picks them up. That being said, a couple of questions, Cass, is that how many dogs a week or so do you take down there?
That varies a lot, month to month, week to week. I've taken as many as 3 dogs down to Dummerston in 1 week. Conversely, I've also gone as long as 3 weeks without taking a single dog down there.
And how many dogs don't get claimed?
From Windham, I don't happen to know. Once I turn them over, they're kind of out of my hands.
Okay, so now,
I can tell you that about, I would say, 1 out of every 3 dogs I take down, I get a call on within 24 hours saying, "Hey, where's my dog?"
So when they're down to the Humane Society, they're getting fed, they're getting treated medically, et cetera, and all that, and that just adds the bill to it. I understand that. But if we did it, what's going to happen here? Are we going to have to, the expense of feeding the dog and taking care of the dog?
Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm targeting a retention time, ideally of 24 hours, maximum 36. On a good day, no more than 90 minutes. All I would do is secure them, provide the most basic overhead shelter, and water. And that's it. That would have to change a little bit in the wintertime because of the weather. But basically, I guess a single adjective I can promote this on is minimalist. Basically, that's giving me a couple of hours, maybe an extra half a day, to find out where that dog belongs before I need to take them down the road.
The other question I would have is the liability issue down there with chain link fences. As you know, animals will attract people and kids. They go over there and trying to familiarize themselves with the animal, and they get bit in the process. If then they go through the whole process, Has the dog had the shots, rabies shots? If not, then the liability becomes on the parent, or does
Okay.
it come back to the
Well,
town and say,
let me turn that on its head.
so?
What would you do if a bored, idle kid wandered in there and fell in one of the compactors?
That's why we have people there manning those compactors, and they're closed.
No, I mean anytime.
The
I
doors
mean
are
on
closed.
on a Tuesday.
And I can tell you now that I've seen there in my term of volunteering down there,
Yeah.
that we've had people come in after the things are closed up
Yeah.
and wanting to throw material in.
Well, that is certainly a matter of security.
So-
I guess, again, I would point out, right now, the entities of the town of Rockingham and the landlord of the village of Bellows Falls feels secure about the liability of our transfer station. I don't think anybody's laying awake going, oh, what if this happened? What if somebody wandered in there? What if somebody was fooling around the roof, fell off, broke a leg? We're not, I mean, I'm not trying to dig a trench around what you're saying. I'm just saying, right now, what kind of security does our transfer station have? And what if somebody went in and broke a leg? Well, then we have a big problem. But imagine that problem. Are we ready to shut down our transfer station? Chain link, cement pad, padlocks, gates. I don't see how I can make that any safer for the community. If you feel that it's an undue liability, by all means, say so, and I'll hit on Plan C. This is the best that I can come up with. It is the least I can come up with that could make this happen. And it's again, I'm not trying to, to wring my hat in my hands here, but it is a problem. I try to maintain very, very good relations with my community. I'm not running down the street yelling at people about tags on collars or any of that business. I try to be an educator first. I try to keep good, warm, cordial relations with the community. But it is really, really rough when I carve out the time to do the right thing, take the lost dog down there because I don't know where they belong. And like Murphy's Law, on the drive back or as soon as I get home, I get that call. Hey, I understand you found my dog. Thanks. When can I pick him up? Uh-oh. And again, if I had that extra 8 to 12 hours, I feel like I could solve at least 8 of the potential 10 of those occurrences. Well, first of all, they don't understand why I don't have them in my petting zoo in the backyard, which doesn't exist. But they're surprised, and then I go through the whole thing, and they're like kind of in shock. Sometimes it's like, well, why don't you just call me? Well, no tags, no collar. I'm not a mind reader. How was I supposed to know? And then sometimes they're like, oh, okay. And then the next day I get the follow-up call. Do you have any idea what it cost me to get that dog out of that humane? Well, that's why we have state laws about registration, tags, collars,
Let me give you a Plan D. I'm not trying to be facetious,
Sure.
but
No.
66 Atkins Street.
Yeah.
Turn it into a
We're looking for
Yeah.
a place
Well,
to put the dog. I mentioned a dog park to Rick a little while ago, but
Frankly, I would be willing to put neither dogs nor livestock in that building.
I think that would be a noise issue going
Yeah.
over there. If they start barking half the night,
Yeah.
and the neighbors would not be very happy, I can tell you.
To accept that responsibility.
Yeah.
If
I mean-
if you're trying to educate people and say, well, don't let that happen again.
Yep. The other thing I guess I'd like to point out is, and I'm sure Kathleen could probably even give me better numbers than I can pull off of my memory here, but our dog registration numbers are way, way, way down. They were dipping anyway, and then COVID happened, and wow, there's a great excuse to spend nothing on registering my dog, which, as we well know, is not only against town ordinance, it's against state law. People are not doing it. I'm trying to talk them back into doing it to be a good citizen. And in the meantime, if their neighbor is cranking about, you know, me taking their dog halfway down the state and having to spend all this money at once out of his pocket, it actually tends to work the wrong way.
So how many dogs, Cass, now that you bring that up, how many dogs that you take down there are not registered? And how many of them, when they get picked up, are registered when they come back?
I have no way of knowing. I wish people would share more information, like when they call the next day yelling at me about the cost. You know, I'm almost tempted to go, yeah, well, but that's confrontational. So I just keep saying, I'm sorry. I hope things work out better for you. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what
But
I said.
I after the, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, all right, Bonnie, you had something before I jumped on.
No, I was just gonna say I really worry about the dogs, honestly. I mean, because especially a day like we had today, even 90 minutes in this hot sun, they knock over the water. I don't think it's a great idea, honestly.
You guys want to do it in winter, July? Talk
So
about
I
it
guess
again?
I
No.
guess I have a question for you,
Probably
Cass.
not.
I know at some places the police will keep a dog for 24 hours. There's no way they could just go to the police station for a while.
I don't understand where they would
Oh,
put the
hold it.
dogs.
Uh,
They have no other facilities in, well, Dallas, you've been to our little BFPD here. That's that one little room.
There's no room down there. I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. You know.
No. The other thing is, and that's part of my my other problem is, I don't know why. Well, I guess I do understand why, and it's just sad and frustrating. The majority of dogs I have specifically dropped off the police station, people have picked up in Westminster, in the town of Westminster,
You mean the dog came from Westminster?
on 121.
Yeah.
And people driving through just assume, well, I was just in Saxon's River and I'm coming up around the corner, and so of course I'll drop it off, never thinking that they're dropping it off in the wrong town.
Right. Right.
But of course, I can't tell to look at the dog where he's come from. Usually they drop it off to the police. They may or may not tell the officer they're shoving the dog on where they found the dog exactly.
Any chance, you know, a vet in the area might help you out just for, you
That's
know?
why they have to go down.
Oh, I'm sure they would, but the expenses there mount up very, very
Yeah.
quickly. And a lot of them will tell you that they won't accept the responsibility.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why we have to take them down there. We used to take them up to Bartonsville when Vinny ran that.
Yeah,
up
now
there.
they're in Chester.
Yeah, and now that place is closed up, so. And then you're taking them
So
out of town.
I guess what and again, I certainly am here, you know, with my hat in my hands with this idea, which, you know, I have no idea, may or may not work. I guess the rhetorical question I'd like to leave with both boards is, more and more dogs are running loose. I'm at a loss to understand what to do with them. You know, I don't have room on my property, and if I did, I wouldn't put them there because I'm a town official, and the liability would be ferocious. We do not have a town pound like some of the older communities in New Hampshire still do. All I can do is to put them in my truck, run the air conditioning, attack social media, looking for a clue, hoping desperately my phone rings, and then basically after an hour and a half or so, still running them down to Dummerston, knowing full well that chances are they've just got out of somebody's back door. So I'm at a, I'm at a
Uh,
loss.
I,
to-
I, I'm
So
gonna,
you're done
I'm
with
gonna,
that?
I'm gonna just close this discussion. I think we've kind of exhausted at this
Well,
point.
I thank you for your time.
Rather to keep going on this, this is, you know, more of a town issue than the joint board, so.
Looks like they're done.
That'd be all.
Thank you, Peter.
Welcome, thanks.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll talk again. All right, you go ahead back. Back to the Madam Chairman.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to say anything because,
Marital situation.
yeah, well, not just that, but it's mainly, it's a more town issue.
No.
It's not like,
Yeah,
the
you're
village
right.
wouldn't be contributing.
That's
It'd
why
be
we should
something
try
that
and
would be
separate these things.
Town
articles,
related,
so.
yeah,
But
exactly.
anyway,
All right, so that discussion's been, and I'm hoping that the public who'll see it on Fact TV later will think about that as they let their dogs run around without tags.
Exactly.
I think it's really important. I'm listening at the house where he constantly gets the calls from the police department. People's dogs are taken there, but they sit in the lobby. They don't have any place else to put them. And it's problematic if you want to pay $100 or more to pick up your dog, so. All right, on to the next item, which is Green Street handicap parking. This has mostly been dismissed by the ordinance committee and looking at what we already have, and there's some pictures. I'll put Peter, you look.
Scott's-
No, the
Scott's
handicap part
passing
isn't coming back. This is what to do with the situation as it currently stands. The ordinance,
seen it.
there is an ordinance that talks about the lack of the parking or no parking areas, but we have a sign, and you can't see it until you look at the second picture. It's way back there, and it's so small, it's there. But that's the no parking sign. And so handicap went away, but if there's a no parking to the corner, which is what that sign's supposed to say, people still parking there because they can't even see that sign, so.
That's on the, looks like it's on the property.
But
No, it's in the
it's this
right
one
away.
right here, I'm sorry.
Oh, that
I
one
pointed the
there.
wrong place. That one right there, but from that tree
Okay.
on the corner of the street. You
can't see anything on
You
this.
can't
So if
see
we
it.
move it on 6 feet down from there, because
So that's the
ordinance
discussion.
now
I'll leave it to Scott to speak about the map.
if we move it
So-
6 feet off, it'll be in front of that tree.
Oh.
And then
It's
it
a
becomes
really, it's a
matter of
sight
enforcement.
distance issue when people are trying to turn into or out of Green Street, and it's hectic at times. You have people park and they run in, they run out. You got people exiting vehicles and kids and what have you. The idea is to try to open up as much of that at the end of the street as possible so that it's a little less congested. So one of the ideas we thought about was just putting a handicap space there, first of all, from a enforcement standpoint. It's a lot more painful to get a ticket if you park illegally in a handicap spot than if you park illegally in a regularly controlled spot, but be that as it may, we do have a problem there. You can see the sign is way down the street, so it tends to create problems. People take advantage. They park all the way up to basically to the crosswalk on some busy evenings and what have
Even
you.
with the fire hydrant.
And so it's really sort of a multiple areas of concern. So, the handicapped idea was just one way to approach it, but if we want to just move the sign, that's another way to approach it.
I really think that that's a more frugal move, and actually what we're supposed to be doing. And the ordinance itself, which the village is working on, has to reflect what we actually do. You move the sign, then we have to change the ordinance so it says that the sign's there, because it doesn't even say it's there right now. Put it in some interim, I don't know how many years ago.
Right, yeah.
Well, you can put the yellow paint, but to enforce, you gotta have the sign, otherwise. Yeah.
But it becomes an enforcement issue, and that's where I think the problem happens to be now, that nobody enforces the no parking there. And to my estimation, if you put a handicap spot there, you're telling people it's okay to park there because they're putting a handicap spot there. So you're actually encouraging them to trying to park there. If you don't have it, there's nothing there now, and it's just a matter of enforcing them. Hey, move your car, you can't park here.
So if we move the sign, put in some hex marks,
Yeah.
and the ordinance is fixed, so it reflects it, so the police are supposed to enforce the ordinance along with the sign being there, then that works. Because I've been told by a previous police chief that if something is there, but the ordinance doesn't say it, they're not gonna enforce it. That was what I was told. So I'd
Well, you
like to
can
see- I'd
enforce
like
it,
to
but
see
then,
sign-
somebody will figure out and they'll get your ticket dismissed.
But having more
because-
staff helps too.
Yeah. Right.
I was just commenting that I thought Andy had commented after our last meeting that handicap spaces needed certain amount of clearance into the road
Yeah, there are standards for that
that
do
this would
require.
not meet.
Right. It depends on what, you're supposed to be able to handle a van, an unloading area for a van, that type of thing. So there are standards for all of that, away from the curb so that they have a flat surface, so.
So
there's
moving
definitely-
the sign is a highway thing, and marking the road is a highway thing, so that is town. So that would be up to you
So-
guys are good with him having that done, it's up to you.
In our world, if we change the ordinance and we do the marking, I think hopefully we'll eliminate the concern and we'll have a safer intersection, and if people will be somewhat, if they can follow along, that would be helpful.
Because the only other alternative is you redesign the whole intersection, and you don't want to get into that
I
kind of
would,
money.
oh geez.
Seriously, you just have to bump that a whole area out.
Oh, I know.
just like
Yeah.
that, you
Yeah, it's
know,
a very wide crossing there, yeah. But
so.
I think that's probably more than,
That
at this
said,
point,
the-
this is an interim
The
step.
easiest thing to do is to move the sign, and
Right,
painting the sign moving is cheap,
Yep,
okay,
exactly,
very good.
thank you.
so.
All right, so we'll do that. Next, we are to adopt the tax rate.
Right.
Is this town or village or both?
Well, I don't have the state education tax portion yet, so we can't do anything until I get that, and so we will probably have to do a special meeting.
That doesn't come until July or August.
Well,
does it?
July 1st, they're supposed to have it for us, but
July
we
1st?
actually bill our taxes on the 8th. We're gonna actually print our bills.
Okay.
So we'll be able to do it with the town as long as we have it prior to, but we might have to do a special meeting on the village, just a item, just to set a tax rate.
Well, can we do it on the 7th, or just have a half-hour meeting before and just decide it?
If you've got it,
If I
we
have the
can do
numbers,
that.
yes,
I mean,
right.
That's good with you guys?
So
me.
I was hopeful to have it for tonight, but we still
Is
don't
that-
have
Is
it,
that
so.
next Wednesday?
Yep.
That
Yes.
is?
So
Seventh.
the only
The
thing you
Wednesday,
have
the
is your
7th,
four
yeah.
11s, which set your, your grand list. So those are in, and so
Keep
now
your
we're just
options
waiting
open
on
for the
the.
7th. Don't plan anything.
So
You
that
know
would
it's
be
a
what,
meeting.
5:30?
So
7/7.
potentially we would do that as
Okay.
a special meeting for the village at 5:30, then we'd have the regular
Right,
town board
yeah,
at 6, so.
exactly. So they'll be joined
Did
at
the
5:30.
grand list change that much? I don't know. Do we have the last year's on here?
I don't have last year's in comparison. I was told it did go up in terms of the total valuation, but I don't have it. I'll have to look and see if I can get a hold of it.
Just no, okay.
Yeah.
The people waiting for this, the people waiting for having to get back on
What
that?
else is on the agenda?
He's laughing.
VISTA update.
Kicking
and
it down
then-
the curb, yeah, to the down the road,
Executive session.
yeah, that's true. All right, so that's what we'll do. Then it moves us on to VIFTA, update and grant. Dudley's been so patient.
She's been.
Is there's a microphone for you, I'm just going to turn it on. Thank you for having me. I'll be quick. I'll try not to read as fast as I do.
Just flash.
Hello?
No, I know, you only use it for a couple hours at a time.
All right, I'll try again. Thank you, everyone. So I'm Betsy Thurston with the Bellows Falls Downtown Development Alliance. I want to thank you for your continued support. The town and village contribution definitely helps keep us going. We are pleased to report we have really strong committees this year, growing volunteer support, but we are inviting at least 3 more businesses to volunteer to join our board. Lamont Barnett, so Monty at the Rockingham, has been involved for many years. He is stepping down as VP, and he continues to volunteer with us, so he is willing to help us hang our holiday decorations. So thank you so much, Monty. Our spring cleanup campaign has become a monthly event. We call it Keep BF Beautiful. Thank you, Jesse Amston, or Jesse Bashaw, for that name. Since May 2nd, our volunteers have cleaned the riverfront trail, refreshed the paint on downtown lampposts, cleaned the square and in front of the old Real Scoop and Miss Bellows Falls Diner. Our next cleanup date is set for Tuesday, July 20th at 5:30. We're meeting at the town hall, and our plan is to paint the railings and clean up the steps at Stairside. Future projects will include that, also maintaining the Rosie Riveter Memorial Garden, flower gardens, and cleaning and painting more windows, businesses. There's many railings and things to blacken up. And for those that are concerned, we are just refreshing the black paint. We aren't doing anything crazy. BIFTA is hosting a refreshment table at the Guilford Welcome Center on July 11th, and we are asking for help with baked goods, snacks, prepared foods. So if you're seeing this and know you want to help, please contact me. BIFTA@salver.net, so BFDDA, or Pat Fowler at the Village Square Booksellers. We'll try to collect everything by Saturday, July 10th. We hope to raise a couple of $1,000s that day. I've heard anywhere from 800 to 2,000, and it's all donations because we have some projects and future events we'd like to spend some money on, which includes solar lights on the Welcome to Bellows Falls signs on Route 5, more adapters to light more trees this year. There's a couple on Westminster Street and then 3 or 4 on Rockingham Street that we would like to add to this year's Light Up BF. And a high quality banner to go across the street. Sean actually mentioned, Sean McGinnis, that the old Home Days banner was purchased, I don't know, 15 years ago, and it's really quality. The other ones kind of fall apart, so. All right, well, we invite you to consider becoming a member of BIFTA. Renewal letters are being sent soon. Please like us on Facebook, so BFDDA, and watch our live videos. I've started doing videos of Bellows Falls merchants, downtown events, our third Fridays have started back again, our BF3F. And I'll invite all of you to our annual meeting, which will be held Wednesday, July 21st. That wasn't written down there. Location to be announced. At 5:30, we'll do a meet and greet. And yeah, just come check us out, see what we're all about, meet our directors, and think about where you can fill the niche. Stay tuned for Ware's Hetty Green scavenger hunt, which begins Friday, July 30th. On Rockingham Old Home Days weekend, and it will go through September 7th, I believe. More details on our website, and we're looking to promote downtown events for the Friday night, July 30th. Saturday the 31st, we'll have food trucks and music at the Waypoint Center. Deb at the Chamber is definitely organizing that, but I think there's 5 or 6 food vendors. They'll start at 4 o'clock. And we are looking for volunteers to help clean up. And that will definitely ensure that this happens again next year. We've scheduled our first annual Parade of Lights on December 11th. And I'll thank Ben Major and Alicia Thomas, I believe, remembering your name. They're kind of spearheading the committee. So think about just lighting up a vehicle. It can be anything from a tractor to a golf cart. Maybe that will last to, we're hoping Coda and Coda will bring a big truck down and light it up. It's kind of open to everyone. We're hoping organizations from around Rockingham and the area will join us. And then our website is bellowsfallsvt.org. And definitely please search BIFTA at Facebook. So thank you so much for your time and support. And Elijah?
Anyone have any questions for?
No questions, just the town's looking great with your cleanup, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Betsy.
And
I just
thank
have
you,
one
Elijah.
suggestion on the entrance signs, welcome to Bellows Falls. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but there should be some consideration to moving the one on the south end to a different location. It's buried again. It gets buried every year with foliage, and it's high on the. I mean, you can't. I just think that in the long term, it would be best to look at a possibly relocation of that sign.
And I'm not sure who would want to help me with that. I mean, I don't know even who put them in, but I know driving.
Do you own them?
Do I own
Who
them?
owns them?
It's not a BIFTA thing, but personally driving through at night, they're not lit up. So I thought,
Right.
well, first thing we should.
Right, and during the day you can't see them, especially this time of year.
Right.
Yeah, they are covered over.
The one on the north end's not bad, but the one on the south end definitely. I'd help move it. I'll get my son Ben to help me too.
And I'm not sure where
Public
we could.
property to put it on, or some volunteer, someone volunteering their property to put it on. Need a spot.
Yeah.
Because on the other
So-
side of the bridge is Westminster, right?
Right. So my, I don't know if I want to. Could it be on the very south side of that bridge? Because there's a couple nice spots right there, just as you go over the bridge.
You'd probably have to get permission from the state in the right of way to put it up over there, I would think, unless you get
BDR.
over on the
There's
gate,
some nice spots there,
BDR
though.
side
Well,
over
when did
there.
you have some records on that? Because Mary Hill and Hawthorne, I remember, did the application work for the one that's over in Walpole.
Right. I don't think
Because that
BIFTA
belongs
has
to that
anything to
railroad
do
property,
with
so you have
those.
to be up on that. So
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like for the ones we have in our village, in the village, north and south. But she
I
might
can
have
get
some
together
records
with you,
on
Wade, and try to help figure that out.
that. Yeah.
Yes, I'd be willing to as well.
It's a new project. Once again, thank you, Betsy. Review agenda items for the next meeting to be determined, which is September 30th, right? You already
Definitely
said.
have something on for 66 seconds, and I think
Yep.
we talked about.
Oh, no.
The tax sale info, you're gonna
Tax sale.
get
Yeah,
that together?
tax sale. Yeah, so there's at least 2 items already.
We might have something on for the hydro at that point, I'm not sure.
Is that FERC relicensing ever gonna get finished?
It's really slow.
I'd say,
It
we were
seems
talking
like
about it for
it
2 years, I
drags
think.
And drags and drags, so, yeah, that's why I'm not sure. There'll even be anything to talk about at that point.
Okay. Let's see. Next item is to review and approve orders, bills, and warrants, but I don't think we have any.
Nope.
So there's none of that.
I have
Um,
2 items for the previous one,
Oh, what's that?
if you want me to.
Go ahead.
For,
Accept and discuss.
I'd like to put on there for the next joint board meeting, the topic of the Rockingham Town Fire Committee and / Saxon River Fire Department fire protection contract with the town of Athens.
I think that needs to be on, it doesn't need to be a joint board. I
No,
don't
it would
believe,
be
it's town, unless you're including the Bells Falls Village Fire Department.
Is it all one, are all the fire departments on that one committee now?
Well, the fire equipment committee does the
Oh,
design
that's
for
right.
everybody. I think
Right, that's
that's the
different.
first committee Wade was talking about.
Okay.
I think the
Well, I
second-
can just make it the fire committee then, and then
Right.
I
That
can.
would
sp-
include the village then.
Because I
Yeah.
think you're gonna, I don't know how you're gonna handle the Saxon River Athens contract thing. I know when we were talking about that fire station out there, I broached the subject with Dave Bemis, who was out there on the select board, if they would entertain, an increase in that rate, to help pay for a fire station if they ever get to that point. Right now, it looks like it's doubtful, but,
Right.
they were amenable to sitting down and talking about that time, but nobody got off their duff in the village to do anything, so.
Well, just do the fire committee, and I can speak to both of them under that at the next meeting.
Okay.
Would you want to include the Saxon River, Saxon River Fire, but. what
Well,
about the
they're
board?
gonna have to be involved because they're the ones that, they have their own, they're like Rockingham. They have their own bylaws and stuff out there, Saxon
No, I
River.
know that, but
And they-
you're getting off base. I'm just leave it at the fire
Subject.
committee, and it can be something that I can talk about the fire committee with. I'll keep it under the fire committee auspices.
Okay, I just want to make you aware that you probably have to go to the Saxon River Fire Department and beat on them to get them to do anything. Because I approached them once and they one ear and out the other, so I'll
And the
let you
second
go
item?
from there.
So,
Oh, you said 2.
well, that was it. I combined it into
Oh,
one.
got it. Okay, that sounds good.
I've got one.
Yeah.
Working with Scott to, I know you're understaffed at the moment, but getting the minutes and the agendas out so we're in compliance with the open meeting law. And I think that affects both the village and.
Yeah, and we need a routine because you sent out an email to me and Peter with documents in it, but I thought I didn't look at it until this evening to realize that the rest of my members didn't get it. If you want us to disseminate it to our boards because of shorthandedness, we can do that, but we just need a heads up.
That
Or one person who's going to.
What he sent was a
disseminate
draft
all.
for us to
Right.
make any adjustments to.
Oh,
Right.
okay, so because what had been happening in the past with previous performers was that someone would send us the whole packet and it would go to all the board members. We don't, at this point, we're up in the air about what the routine is gonna be, but we have the problem with getting our minutes, because we've had multiple, meetings where they're not in our packet. So we can't approve them, we don't have them. And then also getting all this distribution of materials, if you're going to do, I didn't get a packet. I printed what I had from you.
Package up the fire station.
Yeah, well, so the routine is that now, because it used to be, okay, I'm saying, what's the routine now? Because it used to be the police department dropped them off. Previous meetings, I got them from the police department. And I have no problem with that, just make
Right.
sure that these are the rules.
I got my
Follow the
last,
rules.
I got my last one at the fire station.
Right.
That's
Yep.
great, except
So-
I need to know
We'll
what the
s-
rules
we'll-
are. What are we gonna do
we'll
from now on
standardize.
forward? Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
moving target, and that's the problem, making
We
sure
had a
that
couple
everybody
other
gets.
things that intervened. I was working on those things and I thought we were making some progress and then we lost a couple of things and went a little backwards, but we will get back on top of that.
I mean.
Thanks.
When I hear board members saying they didn't get the emails, I'm thinking, oh, shit. Okay. Well, then that's a problem.
Because when
All of us
the
having the same
minutes, as
info.
far as the minutes go, I know Bonnie's been emailing me back and forth and trying to get me to make a decision. But anyway, that being said, she claimed it's 5 days. Well, and when COVID hit, the state extended it to 10 days.
And they haven't changed it
And
yet.
I don't think they've changed it back.
They
So
haven't.
there's 10 days to get those minutes on the agenda.
Or on the
And
website.
they can go on whether they're not approved or on it. They should be on there within 10 days.
As a draft.
As a draft, yeah.
And, and then if they need to be corrected 3 weeks later and
Yeah.
changed, nobody ever goes back and looks at them. They read them. I don't think anybody goes through and looks at the spelling errors or anything else that happens to be on there, names that aren't correct, or I don't think anybody looks at that. They
I would
just,
predict that the state of Vermont is going to leave it at 10 days.
I think so.
Because lots of smaller communities
Don't have the
have
time.
difficulty
Yeah, same.
getting them out in
Yes.
5 days. And if
Yep.
you have a website, it's even worse. So, yeah, I bet they'll leave it at 10. Well, maybe that should be brought up at budget time. Sounds good.
You'll get whatever you want if you pay her the right price. But I do tell you what, you'll never get deflated because minutes are minutes.
And then not required.
That's an item for the last
Yeah.
That's a
thing
tough
here.
one to bring up at
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Oh, wait. So,
Sorry.
I just want to go through down the row and ask any other business, Scott.
Yes.
I'm sorry, do you have any other business?
Oh, no, I do not. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're going to go to executive. We are going to have an executive session. I just want to get through the other business. Susan,
I'm all set, thank you.
I see that I didn't know that Bonnie had to leave, so.
Yep, I'm all set.
Okay. Yes, Elijah. Is it?
All set?
Rick.
Yep.
Did anybody, on a humorous side,
Would know he'd have something.
did anybody happen to see the thing that was on the internet? I think it was on the Facebook page. It came from Walpole. And they had a picture of the arch bridge and a stanchion with a camera on it. And this guy got a lot of grief from people in Walpole, but he was going to charge Vermont residents 7 cents for going back and forth over there to pay for the lights on the bridge. Remember we had that discussion? It all came out and it was a joke. The guy put it as a joke, but boy, I guess he got his
Got some attention.
butt chewed when people started saying, "What are you talking about? You can't be charging those people for that."
Well,
And
toll
then
booth.
then he apologized because yeah. But in the course of that, we went through the Walpole minutes, and they had, you talk about being idiots about the Wallace Bridge. This DOT over there were adamant they weren't going to pay, and I guess Walpole finally bit the bullet, and they're going to pay for their lights on that bridge.
Oh, wow.
And they are not happy with the state of DOT, but That's the way.
Well, RV Trends people have said that they're gonna be putting lights on the bridge, and that they're gonna expect having some sort of maintenance agreement with us going forward about maintaining those lights.
Oh, we'll
so
see how that goes.
I haven't
Yeah.
seen it yet.
Mhm.
Just
There
got
we
an
go.
email just in case, bringing up topics, so we'll see what they forward to
Yeah,
us.
yeah, that's true.
I've heard,
putting new
everybody
LEDs
wants
on the
stoplights
bridge.
that are on there now. They want those back over there, but I think the last time it was like $100,000 to put those
Oh, to
lights
put
up.
lights back in? Yeah, the concern about people who walk back and forth from Walpole.
These
to-
are
Well,
for
no,
the-
just the traffic.
This
Oh,
is the
yeah.
actual LEDs that are on the bridge,
Like the street lights.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know what
yeah.
you're talking about. the
not
streetlights.
the
Yeah.
traffic control.
That
right.
was the state, that was Walpole's argument, and the state just puppy luckies, I guess. If they fall in the river, they fall in the river, I guess. The state's outlook on it.
That's
They
not
don't
a-
care about it.
Jeez.
It's
Okay,
ridiculous.
Dick, do you have anything else?
No.
Yeah, I know, it's just,
You're done, Peter? Okay.
yes, I'm done.
Dick's
No.
good. Jeff? Wade, okay, and, I'm good. I'm good, despite, there will not be a fight at the right home this evening, just letting people warn you that, all right? Unless he starts something. Okay, moving on, we have, a need for an executive session. Peter, if you could read the motion, that would be great.
All right, there was only not one required for this situation, and it is the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, but the public body must make a final decision to hire or appoint in an open meeting, and it must explain the reasons for its final decision. As far as I understand, there will probably not be a decision made tonight unless we decide to make a motion for something.
Now, this is just for the select board side, then we have to do one separate.
Right, so it's that's per 1 VSA, subchapter 313A3.
Okay, you need a second? Second. All right, Peter, go ahead and move your bill.
All those in favor of moving into executive session for employee discussion would say aye.
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 Okay. Now, the village, the appointment or employment, I'm sorry, executive, yeah.
Number 2.
Yeah, number 2, it's just weird. We're going into executive session for the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, but the public body must make a final decision to hire or appoint in an open meeting, and it must explain the reasons for its final decision. 1 VSA 313A3. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. I'm sorry, I meant to go down here and say I move that, that's why it was weird.
Yeah.
And the managers.
And then, I'm sorry, and we
Yeah,
need to
invite the
invite
manager.
the manager, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, now, good night. Yes, I'll send you the stuff. Yep,
We're going in at
it's
what?
now 8:08. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, thank you.